Good morning, everyone. I'm going to speak in Portuguese and slowly. If you wish, you can use our translation services for Spanish and English. Everybody now has waken up after my accident. That was not an accident. Thank you very much for being here so early. This is our last day at SSIG. You must be very tired because this is quite a long course, but it's a very productive course. And the panel that we are going to start right now has to do with the multi stakeholder models uh, for participating in internet governance. You have seen a series of presentations during this week that were addressing several different parts of this ecosystem. And today, the idea is to concentrate a little bit more how these mechanisms coordinate with each other and which are the processes that lead to this participation. So I have friends here with me. It's an honor to be among my friends. And Andres has said in his when he spoke on Monday, and today, Marilia, Andres, and I, we complete 8 years of creating this SSIG. So, like others, I'm going to show you the picture in the afternoon. Please don't ruin my surprise. We have photos to prove that. So, let me introduce Marilia Maciel. She's a researcher, senior researcher in the Foundation. Viridiana Alimonte, who is the executive coordinator of Intervozes, and also she's a counselor of the Internet Committee in Brazil. Guilhermo Cecilio, who is responsible for security and stability on internet at LACNIC, and Andres Piazza, who is an executive of LACTLD. And I'm the moderator today. My name is Raquel Gato, and I work at ISOC, Internet Society. So we are kind of late, so we're going to have 10 minutes for each speaker, and then we are open for the debate. Marilia, would you like to start? Thank you, Raquel. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here at SSIG. We were part of the first class of this SSIG, so maybe one day you're going to be here speaking about your experience in this field of internet governance and preparing people who is going to be the future professional in the governance and regulation of the internet in the future. So this is one of the best opportunities to be trained. So I thank Olga and Adrian for this invitation and also for their role that in this process of educating the local players. I would like to thank FGV and Luca Belli for being here. I was part of FGV for almost 10 years. I had coordinated the center, so I know about all this work that we have to do, all the work that is involved in such an event. So congratulations and thank you everyone for bringing the school to Rio de Janeiro and to Brazil. We're going to speak about a topic that I'm sure that you have heard in many different speeches that are the multi-stakeholder models. These are two models that seems to be complicated, but before we start studying internet governance, what is governance and what is multi-stakeholder models? We know that the governance in general is defined as a process around which players converge. And it's a process in which the actors try this dialectic process of discussion to come to conclusions about the best policies that should be adopted in this field of knowledge. So two things that are important to say about governance is that first is a dynamic process. It's a process of interaction among several different players that are interested in this subject, and it is also a process that is located in space and time. So to find the best solution for a policy or a problem is a solution that is adequate for that space. And the governance process itself is going to gather these players around this problem, and this coalition this is important at that moment, but in a next moment maybe other actors are important. So we cannot define internet governance in a specific moment of time that we're going to serve for this time in the future forever. So this is going to evolve through time. So when we speak about governance in other topics that are different from internet, I'm sure that you have heard about environment governance, for instance, players and nations that are sitting together and they are trying to set agreements concerning the environment or this international regime of peace and security. Also, the countries are debating these mechanisms to establish peace and security. So they gather to establish the best regulation and norms, the treaties or international treaties that should be applied to different this specific subject, and all the process that should lead to this treaty. So international governance is made this way and is uh, the gather of nations. What is peculiar about the internet is that the governance they only participated later in this process. So the internet was created for this community that was the academia and also the technical community that are developing all the protocols to make the internet work, and also companies that have understood the economic value of that network and started exploring internet in a commercial way. So in the first moment when the nations start noticing the importance of the internet in 2003 to 2005, when they gathered all this summit to the two summits to discuss the information society, internet was working and it worked in a commercial level. Google existed, Amazon existed, and many companies that are important already existed. So differently from other regimes that were created by the nations and other actors are trying to be heard, the internet governance is different. This non-state stakeholder, they created the first norms, the first protocols in a very informal way in the beginning. So when the nations they noticed the importance of the internet, they started organizing the summits and they started participating. So it takes us to this uh, set of players that are very different from other topics that are internationally discussed. But what is the importance of having several different players discussing the internet governance? The importance is that the nations are not able to try to govern the internet without understanding the technical aspects of the internet or without understanding what are the economic implications of adopting some policies related to the internet. So we have very clear examples about problems that we have when this dialogue does not work. Here in Brazil, for instance, you must have heard in other presentations that we had last year the WhatsApp suspension due to a judicial order. So the judge wanted the access for some, the access of some information, and WhatsApp and Facebook did not provide this information, and the judge understood that in order to force the company to comply, he should block the access to WhatsApp, and they did that through the ISPs. And this has have has consequences that are very negative, not only for the end user who is using WhatsApp to speak to their families and to use even public services, but this movement to try to interfere in the structure of the internet and its way of working has caused the the misfunction of the WhatsApp in neighbors in our country, in neighbor countries as well, like Argentina and Venezuela, because the internet infrastructure does not respect the barrier and the frontiers that divide nations. This is a much fluider operation. So before blocking WhatsApp, judges should understand how internet works. So this dialogue is key. It is key for good policies to be implemented. I have mentioned the World Summit of the Information Society, and this was the moment when this dialogue was acknowledged for the first time. In this summit, the nation said, yes, we want to have a voice in this process, we want to be part of internet governance, but we acknowledge that the technical community, the social society, the companies, academia, international associations should be also players in this process. So they have written this document that was the founding document that is very important in the history of governance of the internet, that defines who are the players that should be discussing and debating the internet. And but we not cannot say that there's a unique multi-stakeholder model. There are several different stakeholders gathering for discussing different topic. You must have heard of this forum of internet governance, one of the main fora that was created in the United Nations to dialogue and discuss about the digital world. So every player is discussing at the same level. There's no distinction for social society and civil society and also government companies. It's an open forum, but it's they do not make decisions. They only discuss and deliberate. Discuss. They don't deliberate. In other spaces, the mechanisms will be different. If we observe, for instance, ICANN, we look at ICANN that is discussing policies related to the digital world. ICANN will have this preponderance over the private sector and differently from other players. Other players, they will participate, but the power is more concentrated in the private sector. You can feel that. So if you look at the Internet Engineering Task Force that we are going to discuss later, this is a different space where several actors can participate, but there's this community of engineers that is very strong, and they participate due to the technical feature of the topic. And when we are discussing peace and security, so the government are very present. So we have to understand that at some spaces, some specific actors should lead the discussions. Maybe the technical society, maybe the government, but it's important to maintain this dialogue, and it should be kept in a way that it won't change so much. In Brazil, we have the steering committee for the internet, and these spaces, they should exist and they should be consolidated so that after changing a government or ideology, we do not destruct these spaces that are very important. They are key for us to have the best policies for regulating internet that take into consideration all this plurality of views and knowledge related to the internet. So I will stop here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marilia. Viridiana, would you like to move on and comment on that?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Raquel said, my name is Viridiana from Inter Voices, which is a Brazilian collective group that has organized for the right to communication for a few years, and in the internet, we defend the human rights in the internet in general. And between 2011 and 2014, I was the councilwoman of the Internet Management Committee, and I came here to talk to you a little bit about this Brazilian experience of internet governance, which is the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. The CGI was created in '95 in a in an ordinance that started to spread the internet in the country, and this was a ordinance that it wouldn't be inter-ministry because it was between the Ministry of Science and the Ministry of Technology, and now they're only one. So it was a interministerial ordinance at the time. In this ordinance, there was a separation of representation in the same lines as what Marilia said before, doing an important separation between the representatives of the telecommunications sector that provide the infrastructure for internet access and the representatives of internet connection, which are not considered telecommunication services, and also the academia and the users of the internet. In 2003, this interministerial ordinance was changed by a decree that gave the structure to the Internet Steering Committee, the structure that it has today. 20 members divided into these four sectors: the corporate, the civil society, the academia, and the government. The government has 9 seats, the civil society 4 seats, the corporate society 4 seats, and the academia has 3 seats with one special seat that is reserved for the academia. The corporate sector is also divided among providers of infrastructure, telecommunications infrastructure, computer asset industry, providers of access and content, and the big corporate users. This is also another attempt to do a different representation in the corporate sector of ICG. The civil society has 12 seats, so it is a majority in the composition of CGI, because we are trying to deal with this. They are trying to deal with this internet history, and they're trying to guarantee that the decisions that deal with the topic are not primarily governmental. But it's a fact that the division among the different sectors of the civil society cause more fragmented debates. And the government also has a more united decision on the issues that are discussed inside the committee. This brings us a dynamics for the debate and for the decision-making process inside the committee. It's also important to say that among the tasks that this decree of 2013 brings to CGI, we have a few that I should mention to you so that you have an idea about what is the work of the CGI in Brazil. In general, we have among the tasks to provide strategic guidelines for the names of domain, allocation of IP address, and the administration of the .pr domain in Brazil, research and development, studies, standards and technical patterns, and to guarantee the quality of the internet so that it can develop in the best way possible throughout the country. The CGI is not a regulatory agency. In general, we have other fora for internet governance. It doesn't have a supervision power, and it doesn't have a regulatory power that establishes regulations that are mandatory. and that should be fulfilled by the private sector or uh, the public sector. But this does not make it less relevant because the committee has another logics and other concepts. The first very important reason to have committees like the CGI and other multi-stakeholder spaces is to be a space that gathers representatives from several sectors to discuss initiatives for key issues for the development of the internet in the country, and it also influences international debates with the technical legitimacy and with the importance that these representatives have to their sectors so that it stimulates agreements. With other multi-stakeholder spaces, they always try to find a majority decision, and this might make the processes a little bit slower. Even I was a little bit annoyed by the lack of speed of the processes. I recognize this dynamics. I recognize the importance of this dynamics because that's what brings legitimacy to the decisions from the multi-stakeholders committees. Probably you have already heard about the 10 principles for the governance and the use of the internet approved in the resolution from the Internet Steering Committee in 2009. It approves resolutions, it approves regulations, it contributes to the regulation in the country, and we did a resolution in 2009, and it was a key precedent to the approval of the Internet Bill of Rights of Brazil. You probably heard about this Bill of Rights very much throughout these last days, and this is one of the best examples of the decalogue of the CGI. This is one of the best examples that show that this consensus leads to stronger decisions and a catalyst for other processes. Another important point in the CGI-BR dynamic in the country is the relationship between the CGI and NIC-BR, which is the group of coordination of the domain.br. We say that it's the executive branch of the CGI-BR, and it is responsible to coordinating initiatives and services of internet in the country. It was built in 2003, and in 2005 it started administrating the domain.br in the country. Before, it was done by FAPESP, which is a foundation that supports research in Brazil. With the resources obtained with the domain.br, the NIC, under the coordination of CGI, develops a series of projects and fundamental researches like the studies on traffic, the software to measure the broadband quality in the country, all of the surveys that come from CGI that put into practice key initiatives for the quality and expansion of the internet access with quality in the country, among other issues like verification of how the internet is being used in different areas of the country. This is another example. Another key role of CGI is to stimulate the debate on the topics of internet governance in the country and making these topics democratic. The CGI removes this discussion from only the technical representatives. The Brazilian Internet Forum that has been carried out since 2011 is an initiative, as well as the youth program, which is a more recent program, which is not very familiar to me, but it's a very good experience. It's important to say that the representatives of civil society in CGI was changed since 2003. They are chosen now through an election, and the people who vote are from all of the sectors. They are from the corporations, the academia, the civil society, before they were appointed directly by the government. And this is an aspect that we consider very positive because it consolidates this committee as a space for social participation. It's important to say that, as Marilia said, these spaces, they must be institutionalized and guaranteed through formal instruments. CGI is in this decree, but also with the approval of the Internet Bill of Rights. It is also described explicitly in one of the guidelines for Internet governance. It is mentioned as having a key role for the use and expansion of Internet in the country. In recognizing the experience of CGI in general, another guideline from the Bill of Rights is the establishment of multi-stakeholder governance instruments with the participation of the government, the corporations, the academia, and the civil society for the development of Internet in the country. This is also expressed in the Bill of Rights, and this comes from this experience of CGI for many years. This 1 minute sign is being shown for me for 10 minutes, so I have to finish. I want to give you a key message. CGI in Brazil started practically with the beginning of Internet access in the country, commercially or popularly. And it reinforces, since its beginning, the importance of social participation in the deployment and access to the Internet in the country. Of course, this involves decisions and policies from the government. The governmental policies in the state have a key role in this, but they need to be thought in a transparent way towards the civil society. This gathering of efforts and interests is what makes CGI so important. This debate needs to be constantly strengthened and improved, even if the social participation disturbs a few governments. And we always should base ourselves on transparency and diversity. Of course, we can always improve these spaces and try to advance in these aspects. Even inside CGI, we have already a lot of discussions about how we can advance in terms of transparency, if the meetings can be broadcast, and an important point for discussion, not only in CGI, but in the discussion on Internet governance when we're trying to stimulate social participation, is diversity. Ethnical, racial, regional, gender diversity. These are issues that are still to be advanced inside CGI and in powerful spaces in general. Now, in the moment of the election, we're discussing the election of women or the existence of a quota system in the next few elections. But if this is true, it is also true that these advancements need to happen without losing the essence of CGI. CGI for decades has been very important for the Internet governance, and we can't forget about that. Thank you very much, Veridiana, for sharing your experience in the steering committee and for presenting to us this very important model. It's one of the oldest multi-stakeholder model in governance, and this is a very important experience for the National Forum. It's a success case to be taken to the international forums, in my opinion. The next that I would like to call is Guillermo Cecilio, who is responsible for the Association of Security and Stability in the Internet, and he is going to talk about IETF. Thank you very much. Hello, good morning. I'm going to speak right now about the multi-stakeholder model, but the idea is to talk also about another topic, which is the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force. It's a model that will define the standards of the Internet. I have a few slides for you to take a look, but you can see that the organizations that define the current standards are usually organizations made up of different origins. In some cases, they are delegations from the governments. The model of IETF is very different from those. IETF is the organization that has defined the Internet standards since the beginning.
And the IETF is concentrated mainly on the IP layer, and the superior layers are not really addressing the physical connection or the electrical part, like optical fibers, like the other organizations. But how can this organization work? Because this is not, in fact, an organization. I'm going to talk about this, how it's working. It's a set of people, and they do not comprise of an association, because you don't have members, you don't have voters, you don't have associations on the internet. It works basically through mailing lists, and we have annual meetings. Usually we have 3 meetings every year, and we gather 1,000 to 1,500 people, and we mainly focus on the mailing lists. In many places, we are able to see these sentences that says that we reject laws, presidents, and votes. We believe in consensus and the executable code. This is a little bit of the base of IETF. The decisions are not made through vote, or by the influence of any institution, but the standard and definitions that they are approved based on this consensus, a consensus that we seek in the work groups. And the aim is not to have strong objections to what is proposed. So that is the way how these standards are being defined. That's why IETF is comprised by people and not companies. So sometimes the companies send their people, but everyone there is participating individually. So you can see here this graph about how the growth of participation in meeting grew in time, and how these standards are being generated. There are different work groups divided by areas. I don't know what happened to the to our my slides here. What happened to my slides? That's okay. I can move on. So there's this great quantity of work groups that are related to different technical areas, from the IP layer to the upper layers, and they are divided in 7 areas. These 7 areas that you can see on the slide: real-time publications, an internet area, operation area, routing area, security, and transportation area. I'm not going to mention more details about the organization, but I'd like to highlight how the uh, work groups function, because this has to do with the multi-stakeholder model. All the important work of IETF are performed by the working groups. Everyone is able to participate. You have to subscribe at our mailing lists, and we discuss the technical norms, and everyone who is able to contribute to that discussion is able to do. You have to be apt to understand the technical discussion and give your opinion. And who is working in these work groups? We have different sectors. In the first, at first we had academia, and then we had the manufacturers of different equipments, and also the operators of the internet groups, and recently we also see governments and different sectors from society. So this is a process that is bottom top, a- and in the work groups the needs of the internet arise, the needs to of new standards, of defining new norms. So this is a bottom up process through the request of the society. Normally, each work group defines what is the norm, a chapter of the norm, a charter of a norm, and so the work group has to restrict itself to the norms that were approved. There is a lasting period, and after some time, this working group does not work anymore. So the important is that there are no formal members. Anyone is able to participate in an individual way. There are no votes. We don't need unanimous decisions, and all is decided through consensus. So if a norm has to be approved and there is this serious objection, it does not advance. But it's only one person who is objecting. We have to find consensus. And if we are not able to reach consensus, the document is not approved. So in order to end my presentation, I'm going to talk about the standards of IETF. They are not standards that are imposed top down. They are very useful standards if people are going to use them. So there are several different organizations that define the standards that should be adopted by the countries, and but this is not the case. The IETF standards are not acknowledged formally. They are adopted if they are useful. The documents are also an important part. They are public documents, and anyone is able to download them. They are available to be copied, and this is one of the reasons why internet is growing so much and there's a lot of innovation, because anyone who is able to read this RFC document that are written with the standards, you're able to develop your own applications or your own interface. So by following these norms, you're going to be operable with the rest of the internet. And this will enable innovation, because if you download documents and understand them, and you may develop your applications according to the norms. So this is the end of my presentation, and I would like to add as well that everything it starts with the internet drafts that are like drafts of our work, and these documents will advance as we reach new consensus stages until we reach our FCs. And everything starts in the working groups until we are able to develop the RFCs. And there are different categories of RFCs. Some are norms, some are our standard proposals, other are best practices. So there are different ways of documenting the process that we were able to develop. So that's it. Thank you very much, Guillermo, for your presentation. And I would like to add that we also have this Latin American community, IETF-LAC, which is a discussion list, and all of you that are interested to be part of it, you are enabled to do that. When we also have some uh, we have some scholarships for participants, and if you're interested in participating in July, we will have new scholarships, and it's a landmark. It's a very important situation. It will happen in Singapore, and we are going to listen to the presentation to Andres Piazza, who is the executive director of LACTLD, and he's going to talk about multi-stakeholder models as well. So I'm lucky to speak just after Marilia because she has given us this very appropriate overview about the model, and she also spoke about the CGI-BR and also now IETF. So it's my work is very easy now. My work is to represent LAC and IC, this association that I represent. So these are the the models that we were speaking about, especially Unique Brazil CGI. Unique is one of the CTLD of the regions. It's the biggest in the region. Only as a reference, we have this principle that seems to be very correct and consolidated in these 7 years. And we follow this multi-stakeholder models, and previously we didn't name it like that, but they are changing in this 21st century. This is one of the cycle about which we can speak of, and there's not only one model, there's not only one way of doing so, and the technical community is sharing the resources. We have the operators of domain names, they are registering the domains of each territory. So this is a very rich case. We have the Brazilian model, and we have also models where the administrator is a private company. In the case of the Colombia, for instance, we have ICT's ministry that has this concession with this company, and they delegate the policies for the ministries, and they have multiple actors participating. But who is performing at the end is the private company. And we have some models where the academia is performing this role, or the army. We have models like the Argentinian models that we have this department that is doing that, the the department who is performing that. And also in academic entities, we have some very important participants. Maybe they're not so big, but they are administrating private and public university in Mexico. So in Mexico, we have this entity which is part of this private school, and they are deeply involved with the community in their country. In the case of Chile, we have this public university who is performing the registers and defining policies. In the case of Mexico as well, we have consulting groups that are not making decisions, but they are informing decisions, and the multi-stakeholders are present there. So we have this concept that Verigiana has mentioned, that we have different community resources and technological resources, and it's not so important the quote of a multi-stakeholder. What is the participation of each one? What Giplo calls a restrictive model. It's interesting to be present, those who are the stakeholders in the process, and to understand what the decisions are and make part of them. We have this. I'm not going to say what is the best model. There are different models, and if you observe each technical communities, there are several different models, and there are several dimensions in the private sector as well, with all the players are represented. So speaking about the private sectors, the case of IETF, you have to have the technical knowledge to give an opinion. But I don't believe this is a restriction, because I don't believe that we may have this interest, but maybe we do not understand what is going on, and this is applicable in at ICANN as well. And we are going to explain it better later on, but anyone can participate. Of course, maybe you don't have the knowledge, but if you're interested in participating, you can. So the technical community was very diverse and rich to be legitimate in this matter. And another point to reflect is how this concept of 21st century is developing and challenging the role of the nations and governments, because the state is used, and the technical community also took some time to understand this decision making process, is that the state has the power and legitimacy to take decisions with their norms and decrees and laws, because they can represent the citizens, but not all the interests are those that are the interest of the government.
So the technical community understood how to have a better interest in the topic of internet, for example. The states learned how to involve these other sectors. This is under evolution now. There is a strong controversy in the first decade of the century, and I think this is more understood by everybody now, especially after the World Cup. About the role of the state. For me, it's very clear that the multi stakeholder governance model doesn't mean that some of the stakeholders, one of the stakeholders, is going to substitute the state in its capacity to make decision. But in the democracies, this is not something that can be delegated. The state cannot delegate to another institution the power of making decisions. But the state can understand the reality, understand the role of the agents, the different agents of society, and then make decisions. When the state makes decisions without understanding the different perspectives of the people who are affected, that is one of the biggest challenges that it may have in the 21st century. When we talk about technical communities as well, we have to talk about these resources. For example, in the exchange of data, there are strategic resources. There is a huge diversity in the case of Brazil. We have the same model. In the case of Argentina, for example, we have something in the private sector that is led by this private sector, but there's a deep legitimacy to this model. So I think these are reference models in the world when it comes to data exchange. The two of them are very necessary because there are many services and we need to have this interchange among the sectors. Sometimes the CCTLDs are important and decisive when we are defining the data exchange points, for example, in the case of Costa Rica and and Uruguay. These are models of governance. I think there are challenges, and I don't know how this is going to continue happening, but this is how it happened so far. I'm not sure if this is. I don't want to be critical because this word is very complicated to me. I would say resources are essential, and they are all private infrastructure. The public infrastructure are not in this. The owner of the infrastructure ends up making the decision. I'm not sure how this is going to evolve, but it's good to think about this. First, I think I'm going to wrap up here. I'm just going to leave it for debate. I think this is already what I wanted to say. I think this is okay. This look of Raquel now and Raquel looked at me now, it's okay. When I wanted to define infrastructure, the critical infrastructures, I thought that the CCTLDs were generic domains because they had similar names, but these are strategic resources from the countries. So in my opinion, when we saw the amount of machines under a server, there were more CCTLDs because the countries formed true networks. You can imagine if one CCTLD doesn't work for a day, so the state doesn't work, the banks don't work, the country stops actually. So in long term, this may change. That is why it is so important to have the governance models that exist today. They have existed for over 25 years, and this never happened. The country never stopped. So today, that was the last message that I wanted to convey at this table. The CCTLDs are less developed when it comes to businesses, but there are other important points to them. That was it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andres. I hope I don't have this angry face. After I broke the glass, everyone is afraid of me. Well, thank you all. I'll go back to Portuguese. Thank you very much to all of the speakers for their presentations. I have a general message that this was a general message that will stay in everyone's minds. Andres said there is no unique solution, there is no magical solution, but there are processes that can be inclusive and participatory and transparent. And there are several examples of that that must be evaluated according to the context. Well, I would like to open for questions. We have already many questions, about 7 questions, and that's it. We have 7 questions. I'm going to start here and then we are going up. We have 8 questions. So no more than 8 questions. Hello, I'm Luis Martinez from Mexico. Only a comment regarding what Andres was saying and what Guillermo and Raquel were commenting. In Mexico, we thought that the initial structure that created the ecosystem of the internet, the one that has all of the elements in the internet ecosystem, is what works today. Not only, as Andres said, the NIC Mexico is inside a university, and my council has people from all over the society. So we are working as an ecosystem, much more than a hierarchical institution. It's everyone interacts. So we feel that this gives us a community dialogue. We're not talking about different communities. We're talking about one community of the internet in Mexico. My name is Florence. I'm from the Internet Without Borders NGO from Brazil. 2 days ago, I asked a question that may seem a little stupid for people at the table. I asked when we could elect the president of Google. There were many answers, and one of them was from the representative of IBM. He said that basically all of the attempts to fight against capitalism resulted in poverty and in hunger, and basically he wanted to say that there was no solution. But there were other interesting answers. But since this is the last day, I wanted to bring a more elaborate reflection on this topic, especially discussing governance on a world level. I was very interested in learning the experiences of the national models. As Andres mentioned, the presence of the state organizes governance with participation of everyone, but my concern in a world level is a lot bigger. So I wanted to bring a few considerations to you, to exchange a few ideas with you from the table. We can see here that the construction of the internet happens when the public powers disappear and when there is huge participation of the private sector, because the private sector brings the techniques and the knowledge. So within this globalization trend, there is a transfer of power from the states to the international organizations, especially multinational organizations. Nowadays, they have more power than many states. So, what is public interest today, and what is private interest? In my political scientist view, the public interest also involves the interest of corporations, for example, not only the civil society interest. In this sense, we can see there are a few spaces where you have the participation of society, but the citizen is summarized into a user, a consumer of services. So, how this politicization happens? Where is the discussion on the possibility of taking part in the policy, not in the politics? How can we make decisions in favor of society? So, gathering the experiences, the state experiences, we can see that at the end of the day, the biggest success of governance is, in fact, not being able to gather all of the sectors to discuss, but understanding what is the methodology that they're going to use for this. Are we going to have lobbies, or are they going to have consensus? Are we going to have the academia, the private sector, or are we having a lobby from the private sector? Because, to finish, my concern is even bigger, because we know that the discussion on the internet is not simply for us to regulate that sector that discusses the topic of internet. We understand now that internet encompasses all of the public policies: agriculture, fishing, health. So we tend to have all of the agents that discuss the internet becoming decision makers for the concerns of the world. So it's even bigger than just the internet. I just wanted you to comment on that. And after, we're going to ask the question, get the questions from the audience. We have another one here. I closed the list, but it's okay. You can ask your question too. Very interesting to see the overview of how the multi-stakeholder model works in Brazil, and how this collaboration between the private sector and the public sector happens. It's very important to see this because it's an evolution point that allows a service like Netflix, for example, to be in multiple locations. It's key for the strengthening of the digital market. It's important for companies like Amazon, who is opening a center of cloud computing in Bogota. This increases the centers of applications in cloud, and this is a challenge. Besides, an interesting model on net neutrality will be the government of Costa Rica, that has very clear rules, and it has a very concise basis of work. The other challenge that I can imagine is the issue of privacy and data collection by the government. because there are a few governments. I don't want to get into a political debate here, but there are governments that use the internet only to form a virtual war. So this is a problem. In Latin America, this works in a different way. For example, when compared to the United States or Europe, this is an interesting challenge because it's necessary for us to have traditional means of press as well. I would like to take something else into consideration. I had the possibility to take part in a scholarship from IGF, and there is a myth that the women don't participate. There is a misunderstanding of the rules. So I invite all the women to please enter the IGF. There are few women, and I would like to see some more women participating as well. Over here as well, we have a question, the two of them, and then we go up the auditorium for more questions. Thank you very much for the presentations. I am going to do a brief comment. It's a provocation. Whenever we talk about the multi-stakeholder models, because I'm always trying to introduce people to this model, it seems like a very nice model, and it takes us to, it makes us wonder why can't we implement this model all over the society? But it has a series of very deep abysses. I'm going to mention two. It is very slow. The multi-stakeholder model is very slow. The more participation you have, the longer it takes for you to listen to everyone and align all of the decisions. And there's something else. Another disadvantage of the multi-stakeholder model is many agendas by some members of the work group. Many older members or more prestigious members, sometimes they bring too many topics. They generate too much agenda, which is biased towards one side of this model. Two little details that for us to evaluate the disadvantage of the stakeholders, because we're always talking about its virtues.
Good morning. I'm Lucas. I'd like to ask Guilhermo. Uh, I will try to speak in Portuguese very slowly. Uh, about the IETF, I'd like to speak about the o tal do ITF, that IETF that we have heard about in free translation. So it's a very nice book for those who want to understand how IETF works as a structure and as a group. Because if you go to the IETF website, there are many different lists, and then you may get lost. And my question is, in the last IETF that happened, we had this ECA hackathons that is very interesting for those who are willing to understand and study the code. But I'd like to know how you create. I have been trying to understand that. I always participate remotely. So I'd like to understand how you define the scopus of this hackathon. Or maybe you're going just sitting on the in this table and deciding. Thank you, Lucas. And Hotel do IETF is also available in Spanish, English, and other languages. And here we have Anderson and the other here. And then we will have to finish because time's up. Good morning. My name is Anderson Santana. I'm a student of the Paraíba University, and I'm part of Youth Observatory, that is part of this special interest of the internet community initiative that is working very well, and this is providing a participatory model for the youngsters. and also for the internet forums. So the GCI committee in Brazil is also enable this initiative here and also in other countries, and we see this kind of initiatives multiplied. So when it concerns the youth participation, we can notice that today the youth is more empowered and they are participating more. And when we speak about Latin America and the Caribbean and the multi-stakeholder model, there's this plurality of sectors. Uh, there's you can observe that I would like to understand how you see the present and the future of the Latin America and Caribbean community in when it concerns indigenous people and other communities that also need to have their representation, like the disabled people and LGBT community that are outside the great urban centers. I'd like to ask you about that. Thank you, Luan. And now two more questions, and Nicholas, and then we will close. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer. Thank you for your presentations. It's very good to listen from the players how they feel uh, in regards in how what they think about this motto. But the main criticism that we can see about multi-stakeholder models is that sometimes it does not let us see the invisible power fight and and the weight of each one of the actors. Some people tell us here that the companies they have more power to decide, and I have this impression, like you said in the beginning about in this debate about government governance, it would be preventing the government to participate in the debate with this power to otherwise it would prevent the innovation, and will begin this political debate. I believe that sometimes the society does not have a lot of power in this decision making process. So how could we challenge this political argument about the game of power, and also concerning the technical part, I don't know very well. In this fora that have more actors. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Gina Brito. I'm from Ecuador. I'm a little bit concerned because in Ecuador, in December 2016, we had enacted this law in which we speak up and we consider internet as a public good. And when us, civil society, we consider that as a basic service. And so, being a public service, we should have several different segments because in this administration and any other state administration, they could say that it's it's damaging the society due to misleading information, and the internet could be censored, maybe in social media, on blogs, and on internet websites. Since we are participating as the digital users, we have noticed that in some workshops and some schools and some governments activities, we participate in them using the internet. We would like to understand how to use international laws that are above our constitutions, and considering that the internet that the kind of internet that we have been speaking about for a long period, and this code has never considered the voice of the user, the voice of the person in the civil society. Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Nicolas from Uruguay, and I'd like to comment on the multi-stakeholder model that is very important. And internet is like the internet we have today because of this model. Of course, it's not the perfect model. For instance, the weight of the companies and so on. But I'd like to mention this very particular moment in 2014 that was NET Mundial, where we had multi stakeholder contributions from more than 1,000 participants, and we had this document called Outcome about Internet Government Principles. And to create this document, we use this very interesting platform, an online platform, where all participants were able to comment on the paragraphs. And I think that technology is key to reinforce the multi stakeholder model and for us to profit much more from this model. Thank you very much, everyone. Luca is frowning at me. Uh, we had many different questions, and we won't be able to answer them all individually. So I'll ask our speakers to conclude, and I'd like to also to take Florença's question. Of course, there's no stupid question. Stupid it is not to ask, and when you feel that you have. But about your question about the goals, the public goals and the private goals, this was the topic of my doctoral studies. So I would put this right of third generations for you to understand, and we can talk about that later. So let's start with Marilia. Thank you, Raquel, and thank you for all the questions that were very interesting. And I believe that several of these questions are on governance. I understand that you feel there's this preponderance in decision making on internet, and this has to do uh, with the fact of how internet was created. They had created rules for the internet to work, and if you see how internet is governed in each level, you see ICTs that they are doing private traffics between themselves, and you see the logical level and layer. This the technical part also is very important. If you look at the platforms, we are always accepting the terms of services that we are not never reading, but we have to agree, and these are private regulation form. So I agree that today the internet is governed by mechanisms that were generated by the private sectors and not by the public sector. So this is a point of concern. And many times we say that the multi-stakeholder model is contraposed to the multilateral model, as if the government is trying to make the decisions by themselves. So of course we need some room for the governance to act, but we also need sectorialism in private decisions. When companies are making decisions of changing terms of services and changing how I address your privacy, I should have this mechanism to say no. But how could I say no? If I don't accept these terms of services, I simply cannot access that service. And today, it's difficult to to not use some of these services, like, for instance, Facebook. That is a way for you to communicate with your family and also political communication, and all the services that we have in Google as well. Uh, we don't have much power to say no. So one way of alleviating this preponderance of the private sector is this understanding at the international level that all the laws that are applicable offline are also applicable online, including human rights. Here at FGV, we had this research with more than 50 terms of services of many online platforms to understand the respect to freedom of speech, privacy, and so on. And in on all platforms we found serious problems concerning these basic rights. So this is key, and we have to make companies comply to that as well. We have to have multi-stakeholder, not only for the participation of the governance, but we also must demand from the private sector participation, accountability, transparency, and respect to the basic rights. Of course, this will change from government to government. It was born in the United States, the internet, and the logic is North American, that we have this self-regulatory logic. And sometimes we were speaking about privacy matters. Sometimes they told us, if it bothers you, go to another platform. But they are working as a monopoly, and the value of the platform is that everyone is there. I won't be on a platform that only have 10 people, but this is their logic. I'm a market, and you're a grown up, and you can make decisions about your life. But this is not the logic in Europe. The European logic is the logic of a government that is present and is regulating to protect the less powerful side. So this process uh, of balances of each one of the stakeholder is something that is not finished. We have different spaces. We have preponderance spaces of some actors that are not taking into account the public interest. This is something that is also present in democracies. But what is important is that to understand that the multi-stakeholder is not is not there to replace the democratic channels that we have. And Net Mundial is a clear opportunity of participating, for instance. One thing does not replace the other, but also the last point is the importance of knowledge to be able to participate. We are speaking about digital literacy, and we have to have that from start, especially in this IoT scenario, of this scenario of technological change. So the farming, or someone who is producing boats, but they will be connected with IoT. This person needs to understand about digital world in order to behave and understand which manufacturers are respecting their rights or not. So this should be inserted in our education, and I think that's it.
Well, about the interventions that talked about the multi-stakeholder model and its issues, Marilia brought very interesting elements to start this debate. Sometimes the debate of the multi-sectorial, multi-stakeholder model and the internet is based on an idea that the government, state, are getting in the way. Even inside a multi-stakeholder model, they should have a smaller role, or they are disturbing the discussion somehow. As Andres said in his speech, the states, they fulfill their role in the development of internet and the regulation and the history of legislation and international standards related to the human rights. This is something that comes from the work of the states, and we need to recognize that even when it's about access or the guarantee of fundamental rights and the use of or the development of the internet, the states do have a key role. Sometimes we have a North American tradition as if the market solved all of the problems, or when you're not happy with the platform, you can change the platform and stop dealing with the one that collects all of your data and sometimes does what they want with your data without many parameters. But the truth is, regarding the multi-stakeholder model and the role of the states, it's important for us to say that the private influences and the definition of the states regarding regulation and standards will always happen, even in the best democracy. Private influences by big corporations and big companies. About this, When the multi-stakeholder model interferes in the decisions of the states, it's important for us to include the other actors in the table. At the on the table, it's important for how to have these actors in the discussion about the multi-stakeholder model because these actors are very clear, and even though there are different weights to the actors, at least there are different spaces for the actors that are part of this discussion, and they can actually interfere, at least during the public debate, with the similar weights, and they can have access to the discussion that is being carried out for them to know the characteristics of these debates and pressure as necessary even after that meeting and after that space, because this is part of the decision making process. And the multi stakeholder model that Marilia described regarding the private decisions, we are certain that these platforms like Facebook, Google, and others, not many others, have a more and more monopolistic role in the internet for certain uses of the network. And it's not that simple to say, like she said herself, since the value of these networks is inside these groups, it's no use to try to create a social network overnight. Facebook is an example of that, but this dynamics in internet doesn't happen overnight. And so these platforms, they fulfill a role of public discussion and public communication on topics. The way that the people's data are treated and etc. All of this has implications in terms of human rights and in terms of democratic access on global terms. And its uses and its actions, they have to be discussed more democratically, and this discussion needs to be based on human rights and international fora because they work globally, but also with implications when it comes to international legislations. I don't understand that the multi-sectoral is going to substitute other space. The multi-stakeholder model is going to substitute other types of regulation, but the internet governance is only going to be possible with the way that it is done today if the actors involved in this development are there and they have their right to speak and they have similar weights in the discussion. It is impossible to do internet governance without government and without being political. Whenever we treat the technique as something neutral, whenever we handle technique as something neutral, we are hiding several interests behind this neutrality. So it's very important to have all of the interests involved in the internet governance and allow this debate to happen and allow these democratic expressions to happen in these discussions. That's why the multi-stakeholder model is also important because it clarifies this moment and allows the debate to happen more in a more balanced way, even though this balance is not necessarily the same. Just to finish, of course, this has repercussions in terms of how slow the process is. The processes, when they have to become something more concrete and with concrete contributions, they do. And I'm sure we have good examples of how the multi-stakeholder model can contribute to a more democratic internet. Thank you, Viridiana. Unfortunately, we have to finish the panel. We are very late. but Guillermo and Andres are at your disposal. Of course, everyone is at your disposal to continue the debate in the halls. We're going to a coffee break and we're going to be back for the next panel. Just a comment. Actually, we really need to talk about this. There are other spaces for dialogue. I wanted to say here, I wanted to tell you about the Congress that we're going to have in Panama in August. Good morning, everyone. They gave me the honor of moderating this panel on the multicultural and the diversity in the network. And I'm happy to have Natalia Neris from Internet Lab by my side. She works with research in this area, in the area of gender and also ethnical issues. She knows very much the debate on diversity. I have here on my other side João Branch. He doesn't have to be introduced. I bet you all know him. He is one of the most important intellectuals in the area of culture. He is a former executive secretary of the Ministry of Culture and a researcher in the area of Observacom, the Latin American Observatory of Regulation of Means and Convergence. And I also am honored to be with Jennifer Chung from Dot Asia. She has had a very important experience in this topic, and she will bring us a compared perspective from the other side of the globe. Since we are here pressured by time, I would like to immediately pass the floor to Natalia so she can present to us a big picture so that you can do a diagnosis on the issues of diversity and the indicators of diversity in the Brazilian context. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank you for the invitation done to the Internet Lab to be at this table today. The Internet Lab is a technology research institute, and I work as the coordinator in the area of internet, race, gender, and other social markers. When we received the invitation, we thought about the topic of this panel, the multicultural internet, and how this relates to the work that we have been doing for the last 3 years in the gender issues. When I was thinking about this week, I remembered a text from one of the columnists of one of our projects, which is sensu.org. It's a platform that was launched in the last few days to talk about topics of freedom of expression. And Murilo Araújo, one of these columnists, he wrote a paper on the conflicts between inequality and freedom of expression. And in the middle of the text, he said, we live in an unequal society that it's impossible to debate anything without considering the fact that these inequalities impact the way that the rights are distributed and guaranteed. Thinking about this sentence, I organized this speech to you in two different parts. The first part will talk about a little bit about the multiple sides of inequality, and especially inequality of access, since we're talking about internet, especially based on the research done by the ICT households in 2015, and we're going to talk about gender violence. I'm going to divide my speech into these two topics. Now, according to these data, until 2015, only half of the Brazilian population had computers in their houses. So we're talking about a very restrictive universe when we compare to Europe, for example, where 80% of the households have computers. If we put the microscope on Brazil and we think more in detail about this class proportion, we can see that 99% of people who are in a high class have computers at home, and the people from middle classes and low classes, very few people have computers at home. This is a big inequality. If we think about internet access, this inequality remains when we also consider the rural and urban contexts, 56% of the Brazilian households have access to the internet, while 22% of the households in the rural areas have internet access. And if we take a look at the classes, we find a very big difference between access. 97% of the people in high classes, they access internet, and 16% of the low classes access internet. We don't have data and information on this one inequality when it comes to gender and race, but I believe that this can be very concerning as well. But we're still talking about access, about being on the internet. But even being on the internet, and when we consider that these groups are on the internet, the access does not guarantee the full exercise of rights. So we observe many times that groups like women, transvestites, transsexuals, gays, lesbians, disabled people, when they are when they manifest themselves on the internet, they are victims of attacks, they are victims of bullying. So the SaferNet data show us how much racism, homophobia are there. Even when these groups are on the internet, even considering all of the inequality that we see in access, there's still an attempt to silence them. And I go to the second part of my presentation. In Internet Lab, we talked about specifically one type of violence against these groups that are marked by identity markers, which were women. Looking at women, we looked specifically about revenge porn. And when we discussed this topic, I would like to go into it in a few details. I'm going to present to you the research of the survey and then comment the solutions that we have to deal with this problem. Violence moves internet away from women from the internet. And then we're going to discuss solutions at the end. How we can solve this set of problems that reaches these minorities.
So we have investigated revenge porn because we wanted to understand what was going on when a civil right violation happened against women. Because we have identified that in the public debate, especially around 2013, 2014, after the suicide of two Brazilian teenagers who had their nude images uh, leaked, everybody was thinking that the internet was a no man's land. So we wanted to understand if that diagnosis made sense and if it was real. So this diagnosis, especially after 2013, we had proposals for criminalizing behavior. So there was no proposal for that, so we had to create this specific crime. So we observed, first of all, serving the common law with sentences from the court in São Paulo, is that there's some tools to deal with revenge porn. We have tools through also we could use the criminal code and the civil code, and the only mention that we have in the internet Bill of Rights are the case of nudity. We have the Internet Bill of Rights. We have the possibility of using the civil code, asking for compensation, or also identifying the author and so on. So on the civil sphere, you have this trend of accepting the request of the victims. But when we consider the criminal court, and it called our attention that half of the cases, the victims were children and teenager. And in this case, they used the Statute of Children and Teenager. And we observed the application of the criminal code and that framed the causes of libel and defamation, and also sometimes they were framed as threatened, extortion, and rape. The fact that they had the possession of their images, they were blackmailing and threatening women and even raping them. So the kind of discussion that we are not able to debate in the public space. And we also studied the Maria da Penha law, the Brazilian law against women, violence against women, and sometimes we were able to identify that there were relations, and they are related to this kind of code. But what caught our attention is that the cases of libel and defamation, they were only two cases. And we had some hypotheses for that. For instance, sometimes we had in the criminal cases you have private cases or sometimes public cases. When it's private, the victim should look for a lawyer. So it's another point where inequality can exist, but we couldn't go deep in this point. And also, uh, they weren't able. This legislation that we call ECA couldn't protect the children and adolescents because it was approved in the 90s and we didn't have internet at that time, so it was not the exact code that we needed. So, so and also the Maria da Penha law was not also very much applied. So looking into this result, we see that we are not facing a kind of behavior and violence where there's this void of legislation. There is a lot of legislation about this topic, but what we have to understand is the internal dynamic of law, how the cases are processed in the legal uh, jurisdiction. So, what we are thinking now that we have examined this result is not that we have to abandon the language of law or criminal law as a whole, but we have to think about alternatives beyond the the criminal law, to think about the functioning of the institution that is more than creating a law. So last last month we had the approval of the bill 555, that is the virtual Maria da Penha, violence against women, as we call. So we have published many opinion articles about the content of this bill, that it seems very problematic because looking into the results, there's no solution for the problem. Sometimes processual matters that are important. But I would like to highlight that to think in in guaranteeing this multicultural internet and a diverse internet is not passing. It does not need not only a legal framework. Uh, we we are speaking about an inequality that there is structural inequality. They demand, for instance, public policies and a legislation that goes well beyond, because internet is not in the cyberspace totally unrelated to reality. So we have this kind of violence there because we see this kind of violence in our daily life. So I'd like to highlight that such problems and the guarantee or the promotion of an internet that is diverse with many voices, it has to do with this concern about public policies that are able to address this problem, and also the structure and causes of these problems. Coming to this debate, I I was reading the news, and I read that the Ministry of Culture and Education, they have removed the gender the gender statements in the guidelines of the education. So the way that we have to deal with sexism was denied today in the morning. So we have to address this topic, and we have to treat it seriously, because when we're speaking about the internet and the guarantee of a diversity in the space, we have to really think about this inequality. So I will end here. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. While I was speaking, hearing to your speech, I remembered that of the sentence that the internet is only the reflex of this society. It's a mirror. So if you don't like the image, there's no use in breaking the mirror, thinking that you're going to change society. It's not like that. And all these evidences and all the numbers that you brought to your presentation, they make us think about how to regulate and how to face this kind of problems in this society. That Brazil is a country that is made of is a mixed country. Uh, we know that the mix of races is a trace is a of our country, and we have been adopting policies, public policies that do not acknowledge the value of this diversity, and then don't acknowledge the difference of this society that in a democratic way. So I would like to give the floor to Jennifer. Jennifer, could you give us this Asian view? What are the challenges in diversity, and in what way does the internet connect these challenges in Brazilian context with the context in Asia, please? Please display the presentation. Presentation, please. It's the other presentation, please. This is mine. Talvez eu deva começar enquanto a gente apronta.
Perfect. So, bom dia a todas e todos. That is the extent of my Portuguese. I am very sorry, and I will present in English. So thank you, Olga, Adrienne, Luca, and the whole of the FGV team for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. And thank you, Thiago, for the introduction. I heard a little bit about the Brazilian aspect of it, and it's really interesting to me. I would like to share with you the Asia-Pacific aspect, maybe also a little bit on the cultural and a little bit on the technical side. So my name is Jennifer Chung. I work for the .Asia organization. So .Asia is it's a registry. It's a generic top-level domain, and we are the supporting organization and registry operator, and we oversee the policies and governance of this top-level registry. We are a not-for-profit organization that is community membership-based, and it's incorporated in Hong Kong. As you can see, every .Asia domain contributes to the internet development in Asia. So actually, there's a really funny little Brazilian connection to .Asia as well. I don't know if I actually just found this out yesterday. The sponsored GTLD agreement was actually signed at the Sao Paulo ICANN meeting in 2006. So thank you, Brazil, for being part of the birth of .Asia. And since it was placed in the root in 2007, this is actually our 10th birthday. We're really happy to have been here for 10 years. So the question is, why is it so important to have a multicultural and diverse internet? You can see there that's just a snapshot of what the .Asia community is about. So since the historical development of the internet has been from English-speaking countries and economies, as you've heard from the past few days at various panels, you might not know that the majority of the next billion users coming online will not speak English or will not have English as their first language and would like to interact fully in their own native language. So especially in the Asia-Pacific region, there are many economies there that the language is not even written in a Latin script. You've heard from many panelists before that the internet is a great equalizer. But even after solving issues of infrastructure, solving issues of access, training, and capacity building, if you don't have the ability to use this empowering technology in your own language and view and access content that's relevant to you, you can't benefit from it. As you can imagine, it's a big part of serving the .Asia community, and you can see it's a random grouping right there of the CCTLDs that are part of us, ranging from Iran.ir all the way to the Pacific Islands, such as Niue.nu. So this is very much the part of the core mandate is to promote the internet development. So just a little snapshot, just in Asia, local businesses are known by their local language names. You wouldn't really have an English transliteration for that. That would be your identity. And here is just a little ad that we ran before. It says, and I'll just translate this for you. It says that you can't really imagine that somebody in China would take up their phone to try to speak in English to it, to try to search for things. So why is it so important? Look, this is what it looks like right now. And perhaps in the future it could look like this. So language diversity. In the AP region, there is 53 economies that is noted by the Asia Pacific Network Information Center, which is APNIC, the regional equivalent to LACNIC, which you have in your region here. And the UN lists 55 member states in the Asia Pacific group. In the LAC region, there's 35 member states. So there's so many linguistic diversity. There's Spanish, Portuguese, French, just to name a few. And I can see already, being here for a week, there's an immense cultural and linguistic diversity in Brazil alone. So there's a general recognition that cultural diversity and multilingualism on the internet have a key role to play in fostering this open and inclusive knowledge societies. There's a very big linguistic divide right now on the internet, and this only actually worsens the digital divide. Because speakers of a non-dominant language need to be able to express themselves culturally in meaningful ways, to create their own cultural content in their local languages and share that through cyberspace. So the internet really is multilingual and culturally diverse, where every culture and language has its own space, and this is what we're aiming towards. So maybe the second part of my presentation to you this morning, I'll talk a little bit about the technical aspects since I am coming from a registry. So this is just a snapshot of what an internationalized domain name looks like. This is the IDN. Just to put the concept really simply this is to be able to express your identity online in your own language. So .Asia really built the first Chinese table for the top-level domains, where Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, all these languages use the same Han script, can be commingled. So talking a little bit about universal acceptance as well, because why this is important. So this is a concept that all domain names should be treated equally. It's a foundational requirement in a truly multilingual internet, in one that which users around the world can navigate entirely in their local languages. It's also the key, of course, to unlocking the potential of the new generic top-level domains. So how do we achieve this? And I'm really happy to be able to show this in Portuguese. I won't be able to read it, but perhaps you might be able to read it. So this universal acceptance really addresses an issue that prevents internet users from successfully completing transactions online. Things like if you type in, if you have an IDN or internationalized domain name or EAI, email, and it doesn't actually resolve, or you cannot go there, or it tells you that your email is invalid. So what is so important about this is not just for the internationalized domain names. It can also occur in in domains where it's longer than 3 characters after the dot. So for example, in dot photography, it could also not resolve. And why does this matter? Because organizations need to make sure that systems work with the naming infrastructure of the internet. It's like an addressing system, the domain name system. When the businesses are UA ready, their systems and their services can also work with continuously expanding the space to allow customers to choose to represent themselves in their own chosen identities. I'm actually going to show this really quickly, and this is what I talked about a little earlier. If you put it in and it resolves, it means it's UA ready. If you put it in, it actually doesn't resolve in the browser, it means it's not. And that's another example there of the email address. If you own that email address, you have that email address, and you want to open an account at a bank, for example, and it won't allow you, that means it's not UA ready. I won't really talk too much about the evolution of the internet now, because I know for the past 4 days you've heard many, many more distinguished panelists talk about this. But just to put a little point that because right now we do have over 1,200 generic top-level domains, these are all new names or new strings in the internet space. And this is why it's so important to be aware that this is a problem. So this is a history of the key dates, which I will go through really quickly. I want to point out here really is, you heard from the previous panel that standards and the RFCs that are being developed in IETF, this is in a very open manner, and this is actually really crucial to the work in universal acceptance right now. And here you are. This is an anatomy of the email address. I won't go into too much detail because it is in Han characters. And here, I really want to emphasize here is how do we enable this universal acceptance? It's not just from a single sector or from a single stakeholder. It is a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder approach right here. We need people that are the doers, the developers, the system architects, the directors, the CIOs, the senior IT managements, and also the influencers, people from the governments, the ministries, for them to all know that this is something that we need to work together towards resolving. And finally, I'm going to leave this just to put on the screen for you to think about is, how do we go forward? There's a lot of work being done by a group called the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. It is a community-led effort, and there is over it's over 120 members, and it includes companies and developers, including GoDaddy, Apple, Google, Microsoft, and VeriSign, and it also includes governments and community groups. And this loosely formed group really is doing and pushing all the work towards people who are interested, coders. The primary objective is to really help software developers and website owners to understand how to update their systems to keep pace with the developing domain name system. So I would just want to pause there and end here. I just want to show this image because it's like this is the image of someone who will be coming online. The keyboard might not be in Latin. This is the kind of thing that we really need to think about when we're talking about a truly multicultural and truly diverse internet. And that's what I want to bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer.
Jennifer's lecture connects very well and materializes the concept of diversity in the architecture of the network. It's very easy for us to understand how a fundamental principle or a fundamental concept is materialized in the technical decisions and also in the definition of what is network architecture, where the system of names starts to incorporate this huge diversity of languages and alphabets and characters. Very good. We are still very pressured with time. And João, I'm going to pass the floor to you immediately. And with the experience that you have as a policymaker and also as a researcher, I would like you to respond. What are the biggest challenges that you see in this scenario, not only in Brazil but also for the development of the internet in the world? Thank you, Tiago. Thank you, the organizers. I would like to thank Christina and Luca. Thank you for the invitation to be here. It says here coordinator of Intervoices, but I haven't been the coordinator in 5 years. I don't do that job anymore, so that's why I asked Tiago to introduce me. Actually, I am now an associate researcher of Observacom. It's a Latin American regional research institute that works on means of convergence. As a former executive secretary of the Ministry of Culture in Brazil, what I'm going to speak comes from my experience in the ministry, and that's why they invited me, actually. I am kind of a hybrid in here. I'm going to bring you several different opinions, but I think it's going to make sense after the presentation. I prepared my presentation in English. Is maybe the first failure in the scenario of multicultural and multilinguistic internet, but the emails were written in English, so I don't know what kind of audience we would have here. To guarantee the diversity, I'm going to speak in Portuguese and have the slides in English. I hope it doesn't confuse you. Exactly a year ago, on April 7, 2016, I was in Washington as Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Culture, presenting in a public hearing in the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights the case of a conflict that existed between the Ministry of Culture and Facebook because of this photo. It was censored on the page of the Ministry of Culture in 2015. This photo was posted because we were disclosing an exhibition of historical pictures. This is a photo of 1909 from the native Brazilians at the time, who lived in Brazil at the time, and Facebook removed this photo because this native woman was naked. And that seemed to us a very severe case. It seemed like a small thing, but when they removed the content from our webpage, we noticed violations that made us take the case to the OEA and OAS, and not thinking about the case itself, but thinking about a wider debate. We consider this a threat to cultural identity. If a native Brazilian person needs to dress white to be on the internet in the main spaces of circulation of information and cultural diversity, they are not a native person anymore. They lose their own identity as an Indian. So this is already a very, very, very serious violation. And then it's the notion of private censorship. It opened a discussion that started in the previous panel, and I think you have seen this censorship being discussed throughout this week and the role of the big platforms that control the circulation of information in the network. The third thing we observed was the cultural rights and human rights in observance by a few corporations. And the fourth thing we observed was the private platforms, which is the case of Facebook, trying to establish a universal norm in their terms of and conditions of use, which goes completely against the perspective of cultural diversity that Brazil and other cultures have worked on so hard in UNESCO. So the idea of universal norms takes us to cultural uniformity, and then it leads us to lack of diversity. I think this debate has evolved from April 7th, 2016 to April 7th, 2017. I think we had important advances and setbacks to map here, and that's what I'm going to do in my presentation. Before moving forward, I want to explain what I mean by cultural rights. You have a dimension that is completely connected to freedom of expression and freedom of cultural identification in the network. You have access to knowledge and information which materializes the cultural diversity in the network. Here I am of course talking about cultural rights in the network. You have the idea of digital memory which materializes the cultural heritage in the network. You have a debate on rights of authors and creators. And I'm here not only talking about copyrights, but I'm talking about rights of authors and creators itself. And you have, of course, a set of cross issues that are key and that were already mentioned by the presentation of Natalia and also Jennifer's presentation. The issue of language, gender, ethnicity, race, class, even though in the class dimension we don't have a cultural aspect that's so strong, but it implies a loss of cultural identity due to the diversity that we have in social classes, among others. But they are not the focus of this presentation here. What I want to do in my presentation is to answer two main questions. To what extent is this a public issue? Considering we are dealing with private applications that have uniform terms and conditions set by user adhesion. This is a key question for us to move forward. The second question is, what are the appropriate fora to respond to these challenges? Regarding the first question, if it's a public issue, this was part of the presentation that a ministry did in the OAS. And they were affirming, yes, we are talking about a public topic for two special reasons. Because of the horizontal efficacy of human rights, we need to understand this. The UN already advanced in its documents, and I would highlight here among the documents guiding principles on business and human rights and others, like the document from the UNESCO. They say that the companies have to respect the human rights in their work. The human rights respect should not be a duty of individuals, but also of companies. And the second reason why this is a public issue, it's the significant market power in the case of economies of scale that lead to processes of concentration, as Marilia and Veridiana said in the previous panel. We are not talking about equal treatment for small blocks until the biggest giants of communications. We're talking about big platforms that organize nowadays 1.7 billion users a month, and in practice, they do not respond to topics of public order as big platforms. So for me, this is the key issue, and this causes new bottlenecks for us and causes de botella, as we say in Spanish, for the Spanish speakers, and new entry barriers. We cannot forget that these are barriers for the entrance of new agents. The monopoly of Google and Facebook, for example, prevent other actors from coming inside the internet, for entering the internet. A lot is controlled by these big corporations.
About the appropriate fora, I think that we have to talk about the possible spaces, the spaces of self-regulation, for instance. One of the things that changed this year is that was in February, since I had this negative advertisement of Facebook, now I'm going to do this positive advertisement. Mark Zuckerberg has announced in February about that Facebook must change this way of addressing these issues of diversity to guarantee that the user has more control on their or they could define morally their own Facebook, and they would acknowledge different standards of the world. Of course, there's a lot of commercial interest because Facebook was involved in many controversies about also the photograph of the girl from Vietnam that was removed from Facebook. So this is part of their commercial strategy, but it's a good news. And also about the multi-stakeholder, that all countries somehow they have different internet governance committees, but we are speaking about the different bodies of governance, and also the national states regulation. I think we have to stop thinking that local regulations are negative for the internet. For in many cases, they can improve diversity and they can protect rights. Of course, that we have to differentiate those that are promoting the rights and those that are breaching the rights. But we have to protect national content like Europe does. They have been doing that for some years, and Latin America is starting to do this now. And finally, international agreements. I'm giving these examples of bodies that are not treating internet directly, but should be involved, such as UNESCO, OAS, and so on. That should also be involved in these topics. And to finish my presentation, I'd like to mention very quickly some items, threats to diversity and pluralism that we are able to see today, and some points of concern. First, the lack of universal and affordable access to the internet. It has been treated here. Natalia also said this was a central element, and also this increasing volume of information, but access more mediated by intermediaries. Is it a paradox? Or do we have more information available, less diversity, or information consumed? So I'm asking these questions because it's not very clear. The same platforms that are generating these challenges are also promoting the diversion and the cultural diversity. So it's a paradox. The third is segmentation of the public debate with the effect of with filter bubble effect, and this segmentation generates this lack of diversity. Although the set of information on the internet is available, the way that we receive information is very segmented. And the fourth point is the content removal occurrence without judicial order by unilateral requests of governments or private players. And now I'm going to play joke with Google. Some weeks back, we had this launching of Internet Lab, and I asked the juridical director of Google in Brazil what was the percentage of content removals were made without judicial orders. And he told me that he didn't have this information. And I joked with him, what kind of information Google doesn't have? So I prefer to understand that they prefer not to disclose this information because they probably have a high rate of removal without judicial orders. And also we have the restrictive rules by uniform terms of use or codes of conduct in platforms. We have bias in information. And three more points that are structural points that I would like to mention. First, the transfer of advertising revenue from content producers for application providers, weakening the journalistic activity. I think this is a key point from the pluralism standpoint, and also the control access to news by intermediaries with application of their own criteria and economic effects on primary producers and journalistic companies. So Google is just an example of one of the big players, but they are controlling the information on their own platforms, and also the cultural goods and services, especially music and audiovisual, because we have been seeing the transfer of resources from the domestic economies of developing country to centralized economy. Like Spotify and others, they have this application logic of property rights and selling rights. I I like to say that uh, they have abducted a part of the cultural production in Latin America, for instance, which is a strong producer of products and this kind of products and consumer, but this has been intermediated by companies from the United States and other countries that are concentrating resources. And then I will finish. I'm sorry that I'm late, Thiago, but we have five central issues of concern that are based on in this guide question: how to promote and protect cultural identity, diversity, and memory. We have general questions about concentration because the states were used to address these problems in ICTs or productions of contents, but now that this topic has disappeared, although this now is a world problem, and the parameters that we have to address concentration, they are not applicable anymore. We are not able to break Google in three companies to make the process easier. So the definitions and the remedies and all these asymmetric solutions, they should be discussed. And second, the topic of jurisdiction that I believe you have debated a lot, how to ensure the application of measures considering the issue of jurisdiction and the positive influence of national states. And third, about accountability, is including judicial liability of the intermediary. We have to separate situations in which they are just intermediaries of those in which they assume editorial or curatorial responsibility. So this is a very important debate because we come from this tradition in the last decades of trying to take responsibility from the intermediates about the content of third parties, but they are accountable when they edit this content. And the other point is the algorithms. We have to ask if the algorithmic logic based on individual preference provide diversity, and finally the matter of domestic economies of culture, how to avoid the erosion of national economies of cultural service and goods, tax base and economic rights in developing countries. So these are questions that I ask and that I think that are able to contribute to our debate here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, João. So it's a great challenge for us because João has brought crucial matters that need to be debated in a deep way, in qualified way, and this is the forum, one of the fora for this debate, but we are out of time. It's noon and we still have another panel. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to answer three questions only, 30 seconds for each one of you, so that we are able to take one or other question and try to address them. Good morning. I'm going to speak in Spanish. I'd like to ask the panel about the net neutrality, understanding that the internet sometimes is being used by dominant companies such as Facebook, Google, and also considering the small agents on the internet. If you feel that the internet is fascist or homophobic or sexist, so this net neutrality, in fact, if it in fact is promoting all the cultural diversity that we see in our society. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm from Youth Observatory, and what João just said and some other speakers also spoke about was about the censorship in algorithms, because sometimes they are according to the policy of the company, there's this improper content, and the algorithm is not analyzing the context. They sometimes the algorithm only notice there's this content of nudity or violence, and they judge. So it's not calling the problem is not calling it censorship, but you're able to uh, I'll give this example about Facebook. You're able to report Facebook that this image is not a it's just a cultural situation, like indigenous people, they dress like that. So the it's not the AI algorithms are contributing to the censorship on the internet. It's just a matter of assessment. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Udson. I'm from the Youth Observatory as well, and I would like to mention some topics in this space that we are constituting during this week. I'm very happy that all these topics were debated, and my state has this strong history in Espírito Santo and Vitória, in Espírito Santo, and I think that this cultural debate cannot be separated. We have to include that in the public policy and all debates that we had before about technology, everything that we have discussed during the week, and not only in this discretionary way that we are defining the scope of this debate. I think that we will only be able to change this if we are able to include this kind of discussion in all the other things that we have been debating. We have a lot of culture and diversity here in Latin America, and we didn't see much during the panels. We didn't discuss much about the traditional people and so on. And I think it's a very important thing to be done. And so I bring this question since the first day we have been observing that, and some people are a little bit upset about that, about the constitution of the space. So I'm speaking about people who are in the panels. We lack women and black people, LGBT people. So we will only be able to debate in an honest and concise way if we are able to waive some privileges so that this debate is always present, not only in specific moments. Thank you, Woodson. So this last consultation, we had three interventions. I would like to know if a woman would like to ask something. Please. My name is Melissa. My question is related to what I have said before, and also with yesterday's panel, in which we were able to debate with other people, and it also dialogues with this panel here, and it has to do with access, internet access, and also and indigenous communities, women. We didn't speak much about African culture, and we weren't able to speak about translation and the translation of internet governance into other languages. And we see few debates on this participation of this minority actions and the policies of the internet. So, do you know any mechanisms in which these actors are feeling isolated, different, and like those who are not aware about this matter? Do you know any space where they could participate or we could debate this topic? Now we are going to answer, and please make your final considerations. But first, I will use my privilege of moderator to also ask a question. I have several questions, but I'm going to ask only one. You said about these new entrance barriers and barriers to new competitors. And I believe this is also an effect. You also have these barriers for the exit of the end user because most of the platforms you don't have the portability of your data. So I was thinking about the economy, and when you're not able to use your reputation in Uber, Cabify, Airbnb, what kind of impact that it has in the user life? So my challenge is, should we also think in autonomy, but a concept that is closer to our field, that is the self-determination in your own about your own data?
I would like to thank you for the questions. I think I feel more comfortable on commenting the question from Udson. I was very happy with your intervention. I think the race and gender issues cannot be a quota in any event. I can't be here because of a quota system. And then you can think, oh, it's going to be very ugly if we don't have a panel with a black woman. So basically, I don't think that's how people should think about this. We are talking about the structure of the society. So we cannot discuss any topic seriously without having these in discussion, these issues in discussion, not separately, but into the debate. When I was thinking about what I should speak here, well, I was thinking about the inequality data and the survey that we did. And this forum shouldn't be isolated. Where are these people who work on the net neutrality structure? People who are Afro-Brazilians or transsexual people, they exist. They are out there. They also need to be invited for these fora. We cannot be in all of the fora all of the time. So there are other people who are doing that as well, and they have to be acknowledged for that. So thank you very much for your comment. You are in a privileged position, but you have recognized these issues. You recognize that these people have to be everywhere, and then the decision-making processes, they also need to be there, or else we're not going to be able to discuss seriously. We're going to continue to try to convince ourselves that the Brazilian society is violent, racist, but this is not new. All of the data that I brought here about inequality, you already know. We bring them because of protocol. So I think we should move forward in this discussion and talk about other topics. Start from the assumption that there is inequality and then go from there. Know what to do from there. I would also like to comment that other question about the algorithm. We were talking very much about the platforms when we were doing the gender project. We were discussing who does this evaluation, who does the control of this content for the cases of nudity. And the platforms always answer that these are teams that are very diverse and multicultural, but they never say who they are, who is part of this team. When we go to the office of these platforms, we don't see diversity at all, and we don't see multiculturalism at all when we look at the people who are there taking the positions inside these platforms offices. So this is another issue for us to think when we discuss control of content and cultural issues. Jennifer, would you like to say something? Muito obrigado. Obrigada pelas perguntas bastante provocativas. Eu gostaria.
One probably I'm not so privileged to answer completely. The first one I do want to address is the point that the lady up there brought up about where is there a safe space to talk about these issues? Where is there a safe space for indigenous cultures or communities that are underserved or underrepresented? How can they have their voices heard or this is how it is? And I would urge you, and you've heard in the past few days that there is, this is internet governance. There's internet governance forums. These are the safe spaces where you can actually bring your voices to be heard. It may not be where the policies are directly being made, but I urge you not to just look at the global one. You're looking into your own national internet governance forums for you to be able to start the conversation, and that's where you can affect the change inside your own country. And I just speak a little bit about what Asia does for Asia Pacific. We are the secretariat for the Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum, and there we do see a lot of diverse voices coming. And because Asia Pacific is so diverse, you have rather developed economies such as South Korea or Japan, and then we also have people coming in from Nepal, people coming in from Bangladesh, and their issues are completely different. It would be like something like access, basic access to internet, whereas more developed economies in the region would be talking about something else like net neutrality or intermediate liability and all of that. So do now that you're here, now that you've heard this whole week about all these issues that perk your interest, I urge you really to take this forward and do something within yourself. If you think that there's a certain group that's being underrepresented or some voice that's not being heard, it's really you should speak up. Go to these places. Those do these places within your own country, and I'm sure CGIBR and Brazil IGF. Go there and make your voices heard and speak for them. And that's really what I really want to say.
Muito rapidamente aqui. Primeiro a questão.
Very briefly, I would like to talk about first the question about net neutrality. Net neutrality is a key principle, especially in the concept that it was conceived, which was the treatment of data by the operators of infrastructure. Of course, we still need to think about the neutrality of platforms, the responsibility of the platform on the treatment of contents. This is an agenda of the second decade of the 21st century. Since neutrality has gained space, even though it is not in a very important position in some countries, but I think we can call it a new neutrality, a platform neutrality other than a net neutrality. I think this is much more a discussion of diversity than neutrality, promotion of diversity. And the question about the algorithm, we also thought it was an issue with the algorithm when this photo was censored, but it isn't. Even if it was performed by algorithm, I think we could still consider it a censorship. We were in touch with institutional affairs people from those platforms. We thought that there was a mistake from an algorithm. And actually, the removal of photos is monitored by people. It is not a mistake. It cannot be a mistake of an algorithm because our nudity treatment requires certain global standards, certain global patterns. First, Facebook did not accept that the content would go back on air. And after 24 hours, when we made this big political repercussion, they decided that they would put the photo back online. But we cannot think that the algorithms are something separate from this world and they don't have any responsibility, and the companies don't have any responsibility for them. Whether it's via algorithm or via human intervention, the platforms have a responsibility for them. The question that Hudson asked, I totally agree. I think this is a topic of internet governance. I disagree of a view that certain people in the area of governance have, that they say that the internet is only the logical layer and everything that is above it it's something else, that it's not internet. I think the internet reconfigured the cultural ecosystem, reconfigured the commercial logics and the traffic of information. Those who discuss internet, they have to be inside these other debates as well. And I think the spaces for debate and also the decision-making processes, they need to be also inclusive. I agree with Natalia. I agree that the inclusion cannot be the single point, but that is absolutely fundamental for all of these people who are naturally not included in this debate can get to it easier. They don't have, sometimes they don't have specific qualification for that, but they can be represented, and they have to be represented in this space, if not by themselves, by someone else. The question by Tiago. Tiago asked me a question about the lock-in effect. This is one of the issues that I think should be tackled in the debate on internet governance. I don't know if you saw a text by Scientific America. It's a very interesting text that needs to be read by anybody who is in this debate. It's a paper that brings a series of proposals that we need to try to implement in the internet to prevent this lock-in system. This is one of the interesting issues for us to face. The closed access in the internet. The companies need to be aware that they should open their information to the user, and the user must be aware that they have access to them. We have discussed here the treatment of data and the right to be forgotten. I don't want to simplify this openness of information and openness of access, but the lock-in effects. I'm sorry, I'm using the expression in English. Do we have an expression for this in Portuguese? Anyway, the lock-in effect is something that makes you yourself make the decision of not changing the platform because of the benefits that you have in that platform. That is what lock-in effect means. I would like to ask a round of applause to our guests. We had a wonderful debate today, diversified debate. It's a shame that we have very few minutes to answer the questions that were raised here. But I wanted to invite Jennifer to remain in the next panel. Ana Beatriz Crespo and Fernandes Lopes from H Espanha to join us. I think you can stay. If you want to go to lunch, well, I would invite you to stay as well. So I will also invite Sarah Link to join us on stage. And then we move on in this panel. And this next panel will be moderated by Ana Beatriz Crespo Fernando Lopes. I pass the floor to her. Good morning, everyone. Our next panel is about the youth and internet governance. I would like to thank you all for being here in the last day. Thank you for persisting and being with us. This is an event that says a lot about the school. I have been part of this school for many years, practically since it started, and I am a witness of many great steps that the school took in many countries. I was able to witness the efforts of our dear Adrian and Olga. They have been preparing this event for a year with all of the detail. So I would like to honor Olga. It's the first time that she is not here in the school. She is not here, but she is here. She is here in all of the details. It's a very big responsibility. Since she is not here, we are trying to make things even better because we know that replacing her is absolutely impossible. She is an admirable person, and I'm very respectful about her, and I admire her work, what she does, all of the topics related to internet governance. I'm not sure how many students in total. Do you know, Adriana? 1900. Oh, wow. It's fantastic. So what we understand from the school, what we expect from the school, and what they show everyone that is part of it is a collaborative future. We hope that the school can provide the idea of a collaborative future, not only in these few days. We like to say that these few days, they leverage the topics that are being discussed here. Many of the topics that are discussed here is not, sometimes they are not close to us. It's not possible to approach only topics that are close to us. It's good to also deal with the topics that are more diversified. I would like to thank you all for being here in this panel. And Olga asked this panel to be a little bit more interactive since we're talking about youth. And we should listen more to the youth and to the not so young as well, who are here to discuss this topic. I brought to the table a delicate topic. I want to say that I understand internet as a very big development tool for children and for adolescents in the formation of their personality and the development of their skills, and also in their cultural education. But unfortunately, there are a few issues that are a little bit delicate and that are controversial and not so pleasant. I would like to bring to the table the following. I've been part of a study group, and I have been working with children and teenagers discussing the safe and healthy use of the internet. I have a few projects in public schools, and now we have dedicated to a deeper study called of a phenomenon called oversharing. And it is the posts made by parents of their children in the internet. My parents never posted anything, of course, because I'm older, but we are concerned about the future of these children because now the parents have access to the internet tools and they are using them, sometimes irresponsibly, when it comes to excessive posting of photos and videos and intimate information, and that makes the children and the adolescents vulnerable. Their personal rights and their rights to personality, their right to intimacy is being violated sometimes by their own parents or relatives. I would like to, and most of the times, this attitude is not necessarily something negative for the children. Of course, there are cases, like a famous case here in Brazil of a girl called Malady. She is the daughter of a singer, a Brazilian funk singer, and she actually was shown abroad. Her father posts videos on purpose for his daughter to be a success, a phenomenon. He believes that she's a great singer. There was an intervention of the public power on this family, but something that makes us very sad is that in the social world, this is seen as acceptable. People share, people make positive comments sometimes. In Melody's case, that was one of the examples. I don't want to be the god of morality here, but I think this is a very delicate issue. Even though parents have authority over their children, they can monitor the civil lives of their children. It's very important to be attentive to that. In Brazil, we have a wide legislation that protects children and adolescents. Not only in the federal constitution, but also the Civil Bill of Rights talks about the rights to privacy. Our statute of children and adolescents, as Tiago is an expert on the topic, protects children and adolescents very much, and especially the rights to privacy, and gives to the public ministry the power to talk about this and care for it, and also intervene in the case of negative repercussions. What we see in practice, though, is conducts that are very acceptable on the internet. I would like to show you a quick image on the screen. I'm sorry, this is not a very pleasant image, but I think visually it moves us very much and it makes us reflect.
I'm sorry, but that the image is not so good. It's not a pleasant video. And we have another one. It's a smaller children. It's even worse. In this case, there's this group of people applauding and promoting this. Of course, this is not a pleasant topic, but it's a key topic. In my case, I have been dedicating myself for to studying that for 10 years, and I'm pressing the public power toward this topic. These are YouTube videos. Many the children are facing the camera, and we are in this society where we are able to think about many things, different things. We have been uh, we are active citizens now more than ever, and we have to consider this because we are talking about our future. This these children are our future, and what kind of future are we working with? What kind of future will they build? Maybe the parents are present, and sometimes the mother is singing for the child to dance. I won't be the judge of this case, but I'm putting it here to be discussed because we are seeking this better world and we have to face this matter. Thank you. I'll give the floor to Thiago now. Well, once more, I'd like to thank the invitation and the generosity of the organizers. And I have the privilege of being in two panels, moderating one and participating in the other. I know that you're very hungry, and I don't want to compete with your stomachs, but I'd like to give this overview about this youth topic and how I see that in the internet governance. So speaking about youth is speaking a lot about a lot of things. It's about dreams, expectations, utopias. Speaking about the present, but also about the future. And this movement that is stronger and stronger, especially in the last 2 years, and it has generated a series of offsprings in several different initiatives across the world. It has provoked this change in the public debate on internet topics. So the youngsters, they have been bringing new perspectives and they contributed to new debated and they caused new debates as well. So only to give you an idea, I'm going to show you one or other slides about this topic. So this is just a framework. I'm here also representing SaferNet Brazil, which is an organization that promotes human rights in Brazil. We have been working for 11 years. Our duty is to raise awareness. We believe that education raises awareness and that knowledge brings also choices and freedom. So we have who has choices have freedom to make good choices online. So internet has involved has is involved in with youth since 2013. We have organized the Youth Panel Brazil 2013 in these countries from 4 regions of the Brazil, and we took advantage of the third uh, edition to to meet with the leaderships of those states. So we took 30 youngsters to Belém in Pará state in the north of Brazil, and there we had this panel to to debate several different topics on internet governance from the youth standpoint. We have a playlist with you may see the link on the bottom of the page, and there you can see several different photos. So you can see also some photos from the activities that we did in Belém. And in this north region has this strong presence of community and also indigenous community. And in 2014, we had expanded the experience, and we took this group of youngsters to go to Net Mundial, especially the Net Mundial Arena. That was a parallel event that happened in São Paulo. And about Net Mundial and the participations of these youngsters, I wanted them to speak and not myself. I have a video. It's a short video, only 2 minutes. Everyone is here, and I'm here. And this is the way of taking knowledge and translate all this complexity of these debates into the reality of people with whom I work. So the project is born in the community with the educators, and it reaches youngsters from the communities. Technology. Sometimes this happens. Murphy Law. Is it working? All right, good. It's on the internet, you're able to find it. So in 2015, from this experience that we had in NetMondial Arena, we made this decision. This decision was made by the steering committee of the Internet CGIBR to create this work group in order to promote the participation of the youngsters in this kind of fora. And the occasion was timely because in 2015 we would have the IGF in João Pessoa in the northeast of Brazil. So we created this work group and we started identifying partners to support this idea, to have this great participation of youngsters, not only Brazilians but also Latin American youngsters participating in the IGF. So we were able to identify great partners who joined us in this initiative. And the, the main one is Internet Society, and they have offered all the training of these youngsters. Am I able to use the presentation again? No? So I'll give it to you later. And so Google, Intel, and Horizon also accepted to join us in this initiative. It's back. So this resolution that I mentioned that was established in 2015, and here you can see IGF in João Pessoa. At that time, we were able to select 126 young adults, and they had coursed this introductory course on internet governance. And from this group, 73 were selected, and they had received the scholarship to go to João Pessoa. So we had three phases. First, online course, two debates, and then we had this very key factor of having tutors and moderator. This was the secret of success of our program, having tutors that were able to monitor all the process. And the third phase, the scholarship. And then we had 55 Brazilian, 19 Latin America from 12 countries, 3 languages, 4 weeks. It was a very intense program. The lines of debate were about privacy and security, and then entrepreneurship, and also internet governance. And we had this very clear criteria that was selected in leadership and commitment and also dedication. So at the end of IGF, these young adults, they were able to write this report, this declaration that was read in the closing session of IGF. And in this declaration, they pose many questions. They make many propositions. So you should read this document. And one of the sentences is that we want internet to be a safe and free network. So CGI goes on believing in the power of young adults and their participation in the governance. And in 2016, last year, we were able to do a similar process, and we have selected 50 Brazilians to be part of the Internet Forum in Porto Alegre. That is the Brazilian IGF, the pre-global IGF. So we had 55 granted with scholarships, and Then seven of them went to LACGF in Costa Rica, and 25 of them went to Guadalajara, Mexico, with Internet Society, Google, and other partners. And we were able to enhance the reach of this program and the diversity of the program. And in this edition, we had more than 27 countries taking part. And also at the IGF, we had the first main session with this historical meeting among the old generation and the young adults. So I brought some of my reflections, not my reflections, but from people that I really admire and respect, like Demi, who is the president of Nick BR and is the father of the internet in Brazil. And Deming, since the beginning, he said that, speaking about the importance of the program, he said that from the moment that the young adult is participating in the discussions, he's also engaged in the core of the process, even the multi-stakeholder process that are not simple processes. And then there are things to be defended, things to be attacked, and things to be provoked, and they have to be part of that to make this happen. And another view from a great supporter of the program and someone who has this unique history on the internet, Vince Cerf, he said, if we don't take their idea into consideration, regardless of the internet governance principles that we adopt, we are going to fail if we don't take their opinion into considerations. Because they know what we have to do, and if we fail, any rules that we create will be irrelevant. And lastly, we have the sentence of Glaser teacher, who is the secretary of CGI. He says the leadership is not ready-made. We are educating the leaders of tomorrow. And this is a sentence that sum up the program. The beauty of the youth program is that it doesn't have one history, it has several histories. Write yours. And this photograph that I have chosen is from this young adult of the first edition, and her name is Monique Evelyn. So if you buy the Forbes magazine this month, you're going to see Monique on the cover of the magazine as one of the 30 Brazilians, most influential Brazilians that are less than 30 years old. So Monique, the video that you couldn't see here, she's the protagonist. Monique at Net Mondial, at Internet Forum, Monique in 2013 and 2014. So you should watch this video because it's a very inspiring history. She has left the outskirts of Salvador from this very violent neighborhood that is called Nordeste de Amaralina, and she fell in love for the topics of internet governance, and today she is a reference. She's a reference not only among her peers, but also a reference that proves that it's worthwhile believing in the potential of young adults. So if you want to see what she's doing, she will be the star of Profissão Repórter, a TV show in Rede Globo. Thank you very much.
Now I'll pass the floor. First of all, thank you all. Thank the floor to Sarah Lincoln. Hello, good morning, everyone. I represent the Youth Observatory. which was one of the projects from the youth program. Probably you heard a lot of people saying that they are from the Youth Observatory. We have a lot of people here who came from the Youth Observatory, and we thank you for this space. This shows us that our work is bearing fruit. And we also demand a more plural and participatory representation. That's why my presentation is going to be a little bit different. São Paula and Veronica are going to be part of it a little bit. We all started in the youth program in 2015. We had this idea of creating a more solid group and organization for us to strengthen ourselves. When we went to João Pessoa, we had a few meetings, and this idea started to become true. In March, we were recognized by Isaac as a special interest group, and from then on, are we have been doing our projects. Now in March, we had our first anniversary. We are a young entity made by young people. And what we demand, in fact, what is our motivation? It's to obtain more participation and strengthening of the youth in our discussions of governance. And youth goes way beyond age, in our opinion. Age is not something objective. You can be 26 or 27. That doesn't mean that you cannot participate, or if you're 30 or 31. It's just an understanding that the internet is transgenerational. We recognize all of the legacy that we receive, and we are now concerned about being inserted in this debate and what we're going to leave for the future and for the other use of the future. One of the projects that we have been doing is our own website. There we have our newsletter, where we compile information about governance and on different events on internet governance, opportunities of grants for universities or for conferences. This is the newsletter of April. We have the South School as one of the news, and now it's also open the fellowship for the data school if you're interested. We also have the partnership with SaferNet. Tiago is one of our big partners. And from this partnership with SaferNet, we have a project, which is the CDTI in schools. I'm going to call Paula. She is from Recife, and she is part of the project there. She's going to speak about her experience in the project. Good morning. My name is Paula Corte Real. I'm from Recife. I am a law student of the Federal University of Pernambuco, and I'm going to talk about one of the projects that we do with the support of the observatory. The CDTI in schools is carried out by the Commission of Right to Technology and Innovation. And I'm a part of this project as a representative of the Youth Observatory. This project aims at taking relevant topics related to the internet to the schools of Recife in Pernambuco in the north of the country. We take topics like revenge porn, cyberbullying, and we exchange a lot of information with these young people. They are between 13 and 18 years old. This is an annual project. We try to reach most of the schools, as many schools as we can. And in each school there are about 500 children and adolescents between these ages. As part of the observatory, I believe this is a very satisfying and rewarding opportunity. We have exchanged information from adolescents who have been through cyberbullying or revenge porn or any other similar situation on the internet, and this exchange is amazing. Inside the observatory, we also have other projects, and our goal is to foster the participation of the young adults in topics related to the internet. Thank you. So I'm going to move on anyway. The the other event, the other project is the Youth IGF. As Tiago said, we went to the IGF in Latin America. Oh, there's something happening with the presentation. But anyway, there we were able to do a forum only for young adults. We really want to do that again this year. Last year we were part of the presentation, and we have here another representative who's going to talk to you about it. Hi, my name is Allison. I'm from Salvador, Bahia, in the north of Brazil. I'm a part of the Youth Observatory. I am a intern of SaferNet. The Youth IGF was organized by the Youth Observatory. I'm going to talk about what happened in the last event in San Jose in Costa Rica. It is an event ideally made up by young adults, to young adults, where we gather to debate topics related to internet governance and motivate each other to have a better participation and representativeness in these governance topics. So our event happened one day before the IGF, where we had the participation of about 80 young adults from 15 different countries. We had a scholarship program, a fellowship program to foster the participation of young adults from other regions who travel there. This was a very rich event. We did this event in a technical school in there, and we kind of didn't have an idea about how important it was to have this kind of experience and this kind of contact. When we got there, we did all of the debates with the young adults from the city and from the region, and they have all of these issues of internet governance and related topics in their daily life, but they don't stop and reflect about them and analyze the situations. So since that was a debate dedicated to that, it was very good to them and also to us to reflect on all of these information. That was a very good event. It was an innovative experience, and this year we are planning on developing the project and carrying out the event one day before in Panama. Thank you, Allison. I think we're having a few problems with a few slides. That's why the screen is blinking. Renata talked on Tuesday about the gender youth, and this project was not initially planned. This was a demand that we had from the girls in the group, and Veronica Arroyo is going to speak to you a little bit about this. Hello, everyone. My name is Veronica. I'm from Peru. Yes, as Sarah said, this started with a concern from all of us. We were concerned about talking about gender issues. We saw photos and we saw posts and issues on gender every day, so we understood that we had to talk about gender in the digital means. We had a few discussion groups. We created a small group and we tried to speak with each other every day. And IGF Guadalajara had a forum, and we wanted to put together something to discuss in this forum. So this was the presentation of the Women in Latin America, where we discussed and presented what are our concerns. Not only the 19 of us, but also other companions that we have. The declarations are very rich because they're stories of people who are not, that see how internet gives them opportunities and see how internet could give them opportunities in more remote areas where there's no good connectivity. This declaration tells stories and also talks about what we think of the access to the internet by women, the cultural, economic, social problems that we have. We also talk about the safe security and privacy, focusing very much on the topic of sexting and the violence that exists online. We have finished our declaration talking about how making gender issues penetrate the internet governance. How can we advance in gender issues in internet governance? That was our declaration in Guadalajara. Our friends, our colleagues presented this, and many people liked it, and we were able to present this video that Renata Aquino showed a few days ago. We tried to work together. We are just a small society of women who want to work on this, and we have our doors open to listen to everyone's opinions and listen to your ideas and work together. Thank you. Thank you, Veronica. And the last project that we are working now is the publication of a book with papers, with studies and opinions of young adults. We are now reviewing all of these papers, and we intend to publish the book in August. We already have members in 15 countries of Latin America. We have a big diversity inside the observatory, and we recognize that actually we have different types of youth. Inside this auditorium there are other young adults that we don't know, and we would like to know them, and this is the diversity that we have in our group. That's what makes our group so good. Not only the group itself, but we as individuals, we grew very much inside the group because we're in touch with other languages, because we're in touch with other countries and other regions inside the same country. We have people who work in companies, we have people who work in the academia, people who work in NGOs, and this is very strong. We are from different areas. I'm from law. And when they talk about Port 25, I didn't have any idea about what it was, but people from the technical side, they explained it to me, and we're very comfortable about learning with each other. We can see how the Youth Observatory evolved. The Youth Observatory evolved from the youth program because we could see how deep the debates were and how much we could reflect and problematize. That was very good to see how people entered the Youth Observatory this year, and they came from the youth program, and they were able to go to Guadalajara and could speak in Guadalajara. Unfortunately, I did not take part in the second program because I'm a senior youth, as we say. I'm out of the age range now. We have a very solid network of contacts, so you can talk to us in these email addresses. Our network is much more than this. We have built several friendships inside the Youth Observatory, so you can feel free to talk to us. This is our contact information. We are now in a very important planning stage. We want to know where will be in the long term. So you can also talk to us in our social network. Emily, who is also in our group, she prepared a video to you. This was a very rushed video because we got the invitation 3 days ago, but she prepared this material so that you could see a little bit of our experience. So please put it on. Citando os meus colegas do Youth, nós não somos o futuro, já estamos aqui, já estamos presentes. We are very different young adults from different countries, cultures, and qualifications, and we are in a youth that is even more plural, but we find each other as in what we define as equal. difference in the governance, the internet governance. But we want more than speaking. We want to suggest and build together. We defend a network for all people, open, innovative, and with quality. Still, we think that technology can fight against the social inequalities and inequalities in general.
The role of the youth in internet governance is to raise awareness and give their voice to be part of the fora and shape their future. From our perspective, we want to innovate and build this governance that is really representative and then can include all the sectors of society. There's still a lot to do, many questions to ask, and many answers to seek. And us, as the Youth Observatory, we take this challenge. That's it. So please come and know more about us, become members, etc. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Jennifer. She's going to talk about the program in Asia. Muito obrigado novamente pela oportunidade de estar aqui falando para
Unenviable
você.
position of being between you and lunch, so I will keep my comments very, very short so everyone can have that. I was very, very enthused seeing the previous presentation because the most important part to me really is when you're talking about youth in internet governance is actually hearing from the youth, for them to express the issues that they face instead of other people telling them, oh, you should be interested in this, or you should be aware of this. It's something that comes from within themselves. They are the first digital natives, the generation of digital natives. They grow up with the internet. They don't know the world without it. So I really think that's extremely encouraging, and I really applaud your work. Being such a young organization, only 1 year old, and that's really, really impressive. So I really wanted to put that in before I even talk about the Asian youth, which also I'm very proud of, but I just definitely want to put that in first. So I'm going to keep this as short as possible. We are, as I mentioned in a previous panel, .Asia is a not-for-profit organization. One of our flagship programs is the Net Mission Ambassadors, and what we really do with them is we take 20 to 25 university-level students, either in the undergrad or the graduates, and we train them on what internet governance is. We don't tell them what to do with it, we give them the tools. These are the tools that you have, and this is what you can do with it. So this is our newest class of Net Mission Ambassadors. What they do is we have them think of the topics that they're interested in. Actually, this year it's been really interesting because they have been encouraged to put in workshop proposals to the APR-IGF, so the regional IGF forum in Asia. And I see really interesting things that they want to talk about, including things like the trend of secret pages and secret Facebook groups, which is something that's really affecting the youth. And in fact, not even just the youth. Recently in the US, there was this big scandal about gender and nude photos being leaked on secret Facebook groups. So this is actually something that's really pertinent to the youth right now. This is something that they experience, is something that could be termed as cyberbullying or pornography online. So this is something that they were exploring. Here it is, Youth IGF. So this is one of the programs that the Net Mission Ambassadors started all the way back in 2010. And this year we're going to have it in Bangkok, in Thailand. So what this really is we don't tell them what to do. This is all the agenda, all the level setting is actually thought out by the youth. What is important? What do you want to talk about? And how do you want to talk about it? It's very participatory. And including last year in Taiwan, we had actually a range of youth coming in from the Asia-Pacific region, and we only had 7 of the ambassadors there. They were facilitating and moderating, but they weren't really prescribing certain topics for these youth to talk about. And there was one of the exercises which they actually found really interesting was the role play. To put yourself in somebody else's shoes, to be the victim. I think 3 days ago, we actually had that exercise right here, and it was actually really enlightening. When you put a male person into or a man into something that a woman may face every day, how would you feel about this? So this role play discussion would actually make them think about what is really wrong here. You know, if you're the victim of some cyberbullying, how would you feel? What would you do? And how do you think you can combat it? So this is one of the formats they wanted to talk about, and this is the format they thought that would be most effective. So we had the youth there attending the workshops, and they actually did participate in this engagement in the synthesis document session. So what it is, I'm going to really, really briefly talk about this. In the APR-AGF, since 2 years ago, we started this new project of actually creating a synthesis document. It's not really considered an output document per se, but it is just amalgamating all the information and very fruitful discussion we had throughout the meeting and encapsulating it into a resource that we can then take on and build upon it. So it's not really to be seen to be something that's prescriptive, but it's seen to be something that can inform future discussions. So the youth was actually very, very enthusiastic about participating in that. This year, we had an expansion, and we actually went younger. So instead of university level students, we actually went to the high school students in the local high schools, and we asked them, hey, what do you think about internet governance? Do you know what this is? You're online all day, you're doing things, you're living your lives online, but do you know this actually would affect you? There's policies out there that you can actually be part of and be part of the discussion. This is what you want to be involved in because it affects your future. So the HKYIGF was held, this was actually last year. I keep on forgetting it's already 2017. But this was actually last year, and it was a 3-day camp. There was a seminar given by local, I guess you can term them as internet experts, and also the Net Mission ambassadors themselves to share, these are tools you need to decide, what you want to talk about. And there was a summit at the end there. I'm going to fly through here. And what the youth actually thought was really interesting to talk about was privacy and security. And that's something you're like, oh, you're in high school and you're already cognizant of the fact that you spend your life online so much, you really need to be aware the information you put online, who's able to see it, who's not able to see it. This is extremely important. And hate speech, of course, and I talked about a little bit about the cyberbullying before, and that was the format they wanted to talk about in this session. So we did take, at IGF Guadalajara, we did take you can see seated there are the young HKYIGF high school students, and then the 2 behind them were the Net Mission ambassadors, and they were from the tertiary institutes. So here they are at IGF, and I believe, Sarah, they had some conversations with the people from the Youth Observatory too. So it's a really interesting kind of cross-pollination of ideas and cultural exchange. And I think that's extremely important because not only is there like regional differences, but there's a lot of common issues that young people face online. It's not just because you're in Brazil or because you're in Latin America, you face certain things. When you're in Asia, if you're in Japan, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Philippines actually spends a lot of time on social media. You face the same issues and the same problems, and coming together in a shared space to be able to talk about it is extremely important. So one last thing I want to talk about, because I would like everyone to go and be able to enjoy their lunch, is recently at the global IGF level, a part of the NRIs, so the National Regional Initiatives, part of the Secretariat, they were developing toolkits. And what toolkits are is to really capture the information and resources each national initiative has. And the youth, for Net Mission Ambassador, the youth actually contributed to training materials that they would encapsulate and modulize the kind of sessions they would hold, the kinds of tools they would give to young people to talk about. And I think there's also the Youth Coalition. So the YCIG is a very active coalition right now, and it's global. They have a mailing list. I don't have it on the top of my head right now, but if you are interested and you're not already joined into it, approach me afterwards and ask me about how to join. They're discussing right now, they're writing their charter, they're determining what they want to talk about, they're determining actually, I know age is not, well, age is just a number, and it's really, more of a frame of mind of how you think, but they're writing exactly what they want to talk about and how they form themselves. So if you're really interested to participate in this movement right now, please do. And finally, I would like to end with this. I mean, I know we are in Latin America, I know we are in Brazil right now, but if you are able to, or there's also remote participation, because that's a very important part of the internet, but we are having our last our next APRGF in Bangkok, and it will be July 26th to 29th of this year. So stay tuned. There will be workshops and discussions on youth. If you're not able to attend remotely because of the time difference, it's all being captured online. The videos will be online. Transcripts will be online. So we would really welcome all of you to, contribute. Thank you.
Bom, devido ao adiantado da hora,
Since we are kind of late and we know it's lunchtime, but according to our internal democracy, we are going to listen 3 different questions. Please be brief. We would like this debate to go on, but there are many topics to discuss. I'm sorry. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gustavo Diógenes. I'm from the research group of the University of Rio Grande do Norte, and with the team, the work group from the São Paulo University, we are creating this project uh, to boost youth to create research groups and internet governance and topics that are related to that, like technology and so on. And we offer know-how on how to recruit people, how to define your group, how to manage this team of thinkers, and how to have this multi-stakeholder team, and also keeping this team that has gender equality and so forth. So I will insert our link in the Telegram group. We are creating this group, but I would like those who are interested in this topic that would like this page and work with us. So this is only an offer, it's not a question, in fact. Thank you. I will be brief as well. This is a fascinating topic. I'm older, but I have kids. I have 3 boys in my home, and this revenge porn and cyberbullying topics are very dear to me because it concerns me a lot. I've been working for 16 years with information security, and I am a lecturer at schools. I was surprised with that manifest that Tiago spoke about, that they want internet to be safe and free. I'd like to contribute to that and maybe provoke and give this dimension of how important this is. And I want to mention this excerpt of this book just for us to understand it better. The Zygmunt Bauman's book, he says, according to Sigmund Freud, And on behalf of security, we tend to sacrifice and some great values that we have, that is freedom. Nevertheless, since these two values are not fully balanced and we have to pay for security with freedom, the human life is doomed to go on with this compromise that we regret, but it's unavoidable to have security, incomplete security, and to have incomplete freedom forever. This is the nature of this compromise, that this is not fully satisfactory. Any specific arrangement will led the two sides to negotiate or impose a balance of loss and gains. So, in a pendular way, we are going to expect for more freedom, and we will have more anguish earning for securities. But we can't have both in enough quantity. So sometimes we are anguished about security and we also seek freedom. And I believe this is a delicate balance. I think this is the main point for us to work with, is also this matter of respect. And we are able to respect the value of others, like even in the corporate space, about terms of services, when people are respecting the rights of copyrights and also building new services and new products that comply, and this is paid, and the government is always committed to promote this environment for this to flourish, we will reach our goal. So I would say respect to freedom and security. Maybe it's a sentence for me to contribute with.
Just a remark. It's a very brief remark. He talked about his kids, that he would like them to get this information in school or among their family members. We in the observatory, we were discussing yesterday, and for 2017, we want to start an initiative in schools teaching the children and adolescents about the human rights in the internet. And as representatives in each state, we are looking for partnerships to contribute to this initiative. So if you understand that this project fits into your society or association, please look for Sarah or for me, and we are going to give you more information. Now pass the floor to Tiago. So Tiago can comment what you wish. Tiago. How much time do we have? I thank you for the contribution, but I think that there is a false dilemma between freedom versus security. One thing doesn't go against the other. It's not about choices. Oh, I want more freedom, and then I'm going to have to give up on my security, or I want more security, I have to give up on my freedom. No, I want both. I want both respected. I want to have freedom, and I want to have privacy and freedom at the same time. I think this is a false dilemma. I think there is a balance that is very hard to be achieved, but it needs to be searched. It's a debate that would actually turn into another edition of this event just to discuss the implications of this. Since I already have the floor, I would just like to thank once again you all for the invitation and the generosity of the organizers. And once again, I would like to congratulate Sarah and Jennifer, all of the young adults who are here today, because they are the ones who are writing the story. A key word that we used to repeat so much in the webinars and in the preparation process is empowerment. And that is one of the most important lessons and goals of the project. We want to empower the young adults so that they themselves can build these stories, tell these stories, and take the initiatives ahead. The proof here is that they learned their lesson. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Well, would you like to say something, Sarah? No? Okay. So I will finish this panel by thanking everyone for being here. Inside the study group with young adults where I could work, there are three words that we always used in our work with the adolescents, and now these words are personified in this observatory. I hope this is replicated in several different countries and all over Brazil. The three words that we always used to the young adults are idealize, project, and realize. Thank you very much. So please leave in the panel the sentence by Fernando Pessoa. I have a reflection here on the screen by Fernando Pessoa, and it reflects the timeline of the young adults and the internet. Thank you very much. Adrian, once again, thank you very much. So the sentence is, the child that I was cries on the road. I left it there when I became what I am. But today, seeing what I am, it's nothing. I want to search who I was and where it was. I'm going to be here at 2:20 for the keynote speech of